African path to inclusive and multidimensional development beyond 2030. There has been a quite of discussion that what happens after 2030, what happens to the Sustainable Development Goals. And here today, during this 17th edition of Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit, we've been having several discussions across different groups, different thematic sessions. And yesterday happens to be the day one of this great event, and we are going to be advancing on day two this morning. And absolutely, yesterday brought together the university principal officers, representative, academics, development stakeholders, agricultural and extension practitioners, and different development practitioners across academia, different sectors in development space. And we had a very insightful opening ceremony and goodwill remarks from the keynote address, the spoken word session, and the two plenary session that is centered on agriculture as well. And also our paper presentation across the three parallel sessions which we had. This morning, we are going to be doing a little bit of recap and highlights of activities that happened yesterday. And this, I'm going to be running with my co-host, Ms. Odunla. But we're also not going to be doing this alone. We are going to be doing this with you because we also want to hear I want to hear your own view. We want to know what stood out for you in yesterday's event. So please prepare. I believe I'm going to take the mic across to each and everyone seated here today. And for those who are joining on Zoom, we appreciate you, we value you. Please, you can also share in the comment section what stood out for you yesterday. I'll be glad to read each and every of your comments. Over to you.
Thank you. So yesterday was day one. We want to also appreciate a group of special people, our rapporteurs for day one, Mr. Taiwo Salaudin and Ms. Adefunke Oni. They did a very good job with detailed reports. Okay, so day one, we started with the opening ceremony and welcome remarks by the director of the Center for Sustainable Development, Dr. Olushola Fadairo. We also had the pioneer director of the center joining us online, Professor Labode. He gave a goodwill message and calling the summit consistent with the University of Ibadan's mandate. We also had the opportunity to have two of our other past directors, Professor Olanrewaju Olaniyo and Professor S.O.G. Moore, joining us physically here. We had the Dean of the Faculty of Multidisciplinary Studies, Professor P.C. Okute. He gave a goodwill message during the opening ceremony, telling us that development solutions should not only rely on government alone. And this is so important, as I'm sure that we will share as we begin to pass the microphone around for our highlights. We also had the Vice Chancellor with us, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Peter Olakwiba, who is also the Vice Chancellor designate, the 14th Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan. He stood as the chairman of the event and formally welcomed all participants. He spoke on social dignity, human development, climate change, and of course, our need to address these. And of course, he declared the summit open. We also had the Royal Father attend. We had His Royal Majesty, Oba Reverend Ademola Olubile Olakomi, who, apologies for the pronunciation, who stood as the Royal Father for the day. So I will hand over back to my co-host, Mr. Olaloyo.
Very amazing opening ceremony yesterday, which we had indeed. And like I said, we are not going to be doing this alone. We are going to be doing it with each and every one of you seated here today. And the question is, what stood out for you yesterday? And what were your takeaways, or what are your takeaways which you are going to advance on after this very great edition of this Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit? And while you prepare to share with us your name, where you're joining us from, and maybe the organization or institution you represent, we're just going to give a minute to each and everyone that would like to speak. Please, I would love to see, maybe you can just raise your hand up and we'll be able to pass the mic across to each and everyone that would like to share their reflections. Please, very, very important. We want to ensure that this is an engaging thing. Like I said, it's something that we're going to be doing collaboratively together. But please, I know definitely you are starting reflecting that, oh, what happened yesterday? But as you prepare to share your thoughts with us, I'm also going to share more on the keynote presentation, which was led by Professor Phoebe, and which is centered on the global sustainable development, advancing the sustainable development practice beyond the 2030 agenda. And one thing which he outlined is the three-step approach, which the first is to measure the gap, identify steps to close it, and also secure financing for investment portfolio. He also discussed that integrated models across sectors, which includes artificial intelligence generated feeding into GDP integrated models, and also the agriculture, forestry, and land use sector. And also, Professor Phoebe reiterated that GDP alone is inadequate as a development measure, since high production can max resources, resource degradation, inequality, and biodiversity loss. The session also called for institutionalizing science-based solutions, capacity building, transparency, accountability, equity, and stronger financing ahead of 2030 and beyond 2030 agenda. I think at this point in time, we would like to throw it open to the audience. You share with us what stood out for you in the day ones of the ISDS 2026. And please, we would love to have each and everyone participating in this. Yeah, over to you, our amazing audience. To those who are seated on, to those virtual participants, to all our virtual participants, please, you can drop this as a comment section. We'll be happy to read and share your comments with the entire participants seated here today.
Awesome. So do we have any volunteers who would like to share their highlights?
Awesome. You know, the ladies did not disappoint me, because there is this common saying, they say ladies first, but even though we say that when it is morning, are we going to say ladies first or men first? But thank you very much for it. Please, let's celebrate her. She really showcased that. So you tell us your name, you tell us the institution you represent, and you share with us what stood out for you.
Good morning, Cynthia. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. My name is Naima Abdulaziz Ifelua. I'm a student of this prestigious school and department. So this is sustainability studies, and I'm taking the tourism development program. So yeah, this is actually my first time attending like an academic conference, and going through the book of abstracts, I saw like there's a lot of things. You read some abstracts, you're like, who's this person trying to tell us? And by the time the presentation started, it was actually quite insightful. Like I learned a lot of things. Two presentations stood out for me yesterday downstairs with the Dr. Balogun session. We had someone talk about traditional cultural expression, and the person related it to environmental sustainability, how people just litter and dump refuse. But they observed that when you have this sign of this Yoruba expression that says, Dale Sibi Koyawere, people stopped dumping refuse. And a lot of people from the audience were giving their perception that is it possible that people that steal from farmland, if you do this kind of thing, is it possible for it to stop? They were trying to connect it to their personal lives and the problems that they have. So it actually means that this conference is not talking about problems. People are relating it to how it can be beneficial, how they can use it to solve their problems. Another professor also showed us some of our works with our students. Their university, Ibadan University, is in a community where they produce palm oil. So they have palm kernel and the waste are just there. So they are actually thinking of how they can maximize that waste to provide value-added products that will benefit the society. So they talked about, they've worked on biomass fuel, and now they are trying to do flavors. They've actually done it, flavonoids that can be used in food processing. So it was just so insightful because we're looking at these flavors, they are supposed to make food more desirable to people. Are they actually healthy? they are looking into partnership, collaborations. It was just really beautiful and a nice experience for me. And the beautiful part is I was given a stand, thank you very much, to showcase my business downstairs. So when the DVC came, students came, people came around, and it was really beautiful. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Awesome. Let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate her. And hopefully there will still be another session for her to talk about what she does. And please, let's do well to visit the exhibition stand and appreciate the amazing work they are doing. And one thing that I really love is the way she introduced herself as one of these great, this center of learning. Yeah, just like Coach we call it Harvard, our own Harvard. Yeah, comment online too. Oh, awesome. And I think I will just take this comment online from Ibukunoluwa Oyebola, who is also a student of the Department of Sustainability Studies. Something that really stood out for me was from Professor Phoebe's presentation. To be innovative, we must think outside the box and dare to create a new systems, and not to be so stuck on what we have. Because some works doesn't mean we cannot create better systems. I think this is great school of thought to hold on to if we aim for sustainable development growth in Africa. Thank you very much, Ibukunoluwa, for that very good highlight, and we're glad to hear that. So we go back to our physical participants. Please, we would love to hear from you. Oh, one online, 1 year. Yes, let's have time. Gender balance, coach. Maybe you have a male that wants to speak. Okay, yeah, all right. Please, let's celebrate him as he comes.
Morning, everyone. I'm also a student of one of these great universities. My name is Taiwo. Salaudin. So I'm one of the students of this Center for Sustainable Development. So what stood out for me yesterday? Let me start from the serious part. Before you get to the first part. So we have been taught a lot on sustainable development, what sustainability is all about, what can help to aid the outcome of any sustainable development measures and all. So I could remember very clearly, we learned about a particular framework, which is the social, environmental, and economic. So we've seen how these things can actually bring about results. But coming here and attending this conference, especially about on the panel session discussion, so I was able to see how people from different dimensions, like we have learned, can also link their discussion practically in a way that people communicate to us and learn better beyond what we have learned in the classroom. So the other part, okay, I really love the exhibition setting. It was good. It was well coordinated. You find different products. Please, I found a belt that said it's made from crocodile skin yesterday. Those guys were very engaging and they want to showcase what they have, and it was a very good one. And another part of it is having people from different areas come together. At least I've been able to also network yesterday, which is very important. So having people coming from different areas, policymakers, young researchers, from the academia, so practitioners, and also it was fun and I love that experience. And the food. I know. It was good.
Thank you. Oh, let's celebrate him. Thank you very much for that feedback and insight. Yeah, over to you.
All right. So looking at, having people from different walks of life, we had a spoken word piece by Miss Nimota Lairaji, and she performed a piece on Africa's path to inclusive and multidimensional development beyond 2030. The piece touched on partnership, identity, African values, sustainability, and leadership. And then we moved into a sponsored plenary session by Sasakawa Africa Association. The chairperson was Professor Kehinde Thomas. Moderator was Dr. Anjola Oreoluwa Fadairo. And we had 4 panelists. The session was on sustaining agricultural interventions in Nigeria. And Dr. Fada Irono spoke about Sasakawa and talked about it being founded in 1986. And it was based on having to fight hunger in Africa. And they had a strategy called Africans Feeding Africa 2025 to 2030, focusing on climate resilience, inclusive market, and safe nutrition. It was an amazing session. I think we actually enjoyed that session a lot. A lot of questions, highlights, and of course, the questions were surrounding community engagement in bringing intervention, women empowerment, looking at the relevance of our impact, and even technology and success stories, looking at Kano expanding production and reaching international markets for sesame and wheat. And yeah, it was really amazing.
Absolutely, really amazing indeed. And looking at our key takeaways, definitely you have spoken about the plenary session, the parallel sessions, which we had the 3 different syndicate sessions after our lunch break. But talking about key takeaways from day one major thing that really stood out is that speaks on sustainable development needs implementation systems and linking policy, research, institution, practice, and financing together. And one other thing is on stakeholder engagement that should move towards co-design and genuine ownership and not just consultation alone. And also talking about agricultural sustainability, as this depends on integrated interventions, markets, information, finance, technology, extension, and also post-harvest management together. And lastly, which I'm going to emphasize on, is that capacity building program must be flexible and inclusive, particularly for women and the young age as well.
And of course, we looked at how universities and research institutions need to play a key role in connecting knowledge to solving community problems. We look at partnerships across academia, agricultural organizations, employers, and communities that are central to sustainability. And of course, accountability, equity, and environmental integrity must remain the core to decision-making. And I think it's our pleasure to welcome you
today too.
And wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you all. Right about now, as we move on in today's summit, I'm glad to bring up Miss Phoebe Horimogunje, as she's going to be doing a spoken words for the next 5 minutes. Please, let's celebrate her as she comes over for spoken words.
In 2010, we gathered, we sat around tables, raised questions, dreamed big dreams. In 2010, we gathered, we sat around tables, raised questions, dreamed big dreams, and spoke of a better Africa. How can we develop Africa? How do we make life better? How do we build a future where no one is left behind? And year after year, we returned. We asked questions, hoping to build a better Africa. Good day, everyone. I am Phoebe Horimogunje, a 200-level student of Communication and Language at University of Ibadan. And today, I bring you a question. And then what? Development is not just a word. Development is not just a word to decorate a conference room. Development has a face. It is the face of the young mind who should not have to choose between a classroom and a meal. It is the face of the mother who should not have to beg before she received health care. It is the face of the young man who has a fire in his mind, an idea in his hands, but no way to achieve his aim. It is the face of the farmer who feeds a nation, yet returns home with an empty plate. Africa is not just a continent on the map. Africa is the child. Africa is the mother. Africa is the farmer. Africa is the dreamer. Africa is you. Africa is me. Africa is the nation we are building today. So 17 summits later, we are gathered again to talk about a new global order, to talk about Africa's path to inclusive and multi-dimensional development beyond 2030. Permit me to introduce you to PIMBH. P stands for path. Africa should find their path, not a path that belongs to another continent, nor a future that belongs to another people. I stands for inclusive development. What is the goal of development if the poor are left behind? What is progress if the vulnerable cannot move with us? M, multidimensional development. Development is not just a word. Development is not just a word. Development is more than money. It is roads, but also schools. It is technology, but also opportunity. It is growth, but also people. B, beyond 2030. 2030 is not a finish line. It is not the final page, but a signpost on the road, reminding us that the future moves, that time moves, the future comes, and we must choose what we bring. So what must we leave behind? Broken systems or bridges we build, old problems or solutions fulfilled. Will tomorrow inherit the weight of the things we failed to change or the hope of the things we dared arrange? Finally, harnessing the new global order. The world is changing. Technology is rising. Economies are evolving. New powers are emerging. Africa cannot afford to sit at the window watching the world move. No, we must enter the room. We must bring our ideas. We must harness the development before the development harnesses us. So Africa, the question has been asked. And then what? Now we move, we build, we rise, and we become. Thank you.
Good morning once again, everyone. And again, my name is Opeyemi Odola, and we're about to have a session that, well, let me say, I stand to be corrected by the LOC chairman, but it's the first of its kind. Am I correct? Yes. Yes, awesome. So I think, before I even mention what this session is about, please give this session a round of applause. We're about to have the Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit Business Forum. This is the first time we're having this during the ISDS, and it's coming in the 17th edition. And so, without further ado, I'd like to invite all our exhibitors to please come and have their seat here at this designated spot. So please, as they come up to the stage, I want us to just give them a round of applause, celebrate them. Even if you haven't gotten a product or a service from them, you will today. So please, let's clap for them. Let's celebrate them as they take up their seats at this designated spot. So I'm awaiting, if we could share our screen with the image of their logos, that would be great. We're expecting about 8 businesses. However, we would start and begin with the businesses that we have. Where are the men? I think we have just about one guy out of all the exhibitors. Am I correct? Yeah. So maybe I'll start with that. Who is more business-minded? We'll say the males or the females. So I'm throwing this question out to the audience. Who do you think is more business-minded when it comes to business? Who thinks about business more? Do you think it's the men or the women? Who would like to give me maybe, oh, yes, so I have somebody. Could also give me references, citations, just so that you can, who do you think is more business minded?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Latifat, and I have been looking for the opportunity to own the mic. My name is Latifat. I'm a student of Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Travel and Tourism Operation, and I'm an entrepreneur myself, so maybe I'm a bit biased. But yes, but the stats before shows it. The female are more business minded because we can actually turn anything to a business more than the men. That's true. So if she says you can start it to a business, and I mean the stats show it. So who would like to speak for the men? Garden in a Box Africa, please, you can come up to the stage. Who would like to speak for the men? Okay. About balance, sure. Let's talk about business, balance, and everything in between. Okay. So who am I giving the microphone to? Okay, so Miss Miriam, you could come up to the, okay, you can see you from there. So let's talk about it. This is a very formal but informal session because we want to talk about business and growth. Okay, Miss Miriam.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alaki Miriam Omotomiwa, and I want to speak on the balance for both gender. Oh, okay. So I want to speak on balance for both gender. They are both actually business-minded. So for the women, I mean, something drives it. So entrepreneurship for women is more of passion, things that they like, out of interest, what just drives them, or something on the side. But for the men, it takes more of stability, and also we can see it commonly in like the I don't want to use the word average, and I also don't want to make it culture based. But I mean, we can see the Igbo men. We see how they yes, we see them. It's business or nothing. They don't get the time for anything. Mula, that's their own way. Exactly. So, and we can't say that we rule them out because the women are more. Oh yeah. So balance by gender equal.
Oh, so I see the men are raising their hands now. Like, amazing. Okay, so you can pass the microphone to Mr. Salaudin. Okay, Mr. Emerson. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can please rise so that.
Thank you, Miriam, for your balanced perspective. I actually appreciate that. She did a very wonderful justice. So that's our own part. For me, starting from the family, you will see that men just have this money-making orientation. It's not as if they are ready to sit down with some things and follow it up to all through. So business is more than putting money somewhere. Business is more than idea. So obviously it's our mothers that have this ability. They can follow up things. They can start with anything. Men don't go down to that level to say, okay, let me start doing it. They want to, we want to be big. So our mothers are very good when it comes to business, and you can give them as little as possible and they will multiply it. So family is the
the bedrock of business.
This thing we learned in political economy. Family is the basic social structure that all social structure emanates from. So, what's the point I'm trying to make? But everything starts from the family. So, because you can see it in our mothers, consistently over the years. So definitely their own daughters and other people in the environment we act as such.
Okay, please appreciate Mr. Sarah again. I think there was somebody who wanted to say something. This business room is getting heated and I'm enjoying it. Okay, so who is more business oriented? Male or female?
Everyone. So my name is Tosin Enosho, but particularly I like the topic from the little experience that I have. I discovered this. Women, they know how to cost more than men. Even though in the corporate companies, look at the number of FCA that occupy their control and implementation department. They know how to dig down. They are blessed with it. Men, we are good in function. We try to forecast how the company would be, how to respond, call people to respond. When it comes to accountability and proper audit, I give kudos to women. From my experience, no. Kudos. Even though at all, when we are doing personal project, if you want to minimize cost, assign the tax to your wife. She will minimize the cost to the best of her knowledge. You will be surprised.
How down,
When
how
women
down.
are spending 2 million, when women are spending 2 million to do such a project, if you want to test the capacity of a woman, that's not what she's doing in your place. I'm sorry to use that word. She will minimize the cost beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you a typical example. We are about to do a kind of family party. So my thinking is to go online, look for caterers. I saw about 5. I say, don't trouble yourself now. Don't worry. How much is your budget? I said 3.5. To the best of my knowledge, she spent 1.8 million. It was so exciting. In fact, I was impressed. After the event, I gave her a catch of 100K. So, no, to be sincere. No, just no. I know now. Just to show that.
Oh, wow. So
She really did a good work. In my company as well. From experience, I give kudos to women when it comes to cutting costs. Thank you, women.
Thank you. I think we should celebrate ourselves because it shows that we are in a development organization. We're not biased about gender and we're being honest. All right, Ma.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Loveline and I'm from the Department of Agriculture and Extension and Rural Development. So, the thing about business is men and women. If we go back in time, the ages, it used to be daddy's going to the office, mommy is staying at home. So many women began businesses from little things they needed at home. Things like this liquid soap. Someone just, okay, if I have this and this together, and in no time she begins to say that because I'm making a lot of it, these children are wasting it. She begins to sell to her neighbor. You understand? That's how most of these businesses really begin. Because unlike now that women now have opportunities to work and take up jobs, before it used to be daddy is going to the office for the elite families, and then daddy and mommy are going to the farm, and then there's excess harvest and all of that. So I think that the whole business thing started with women. But like somebody said, when you talk about eastern part of Nigeria, where you still see that many times the Igbo men still have their wives in the business. You see Baba and Mama Chinedu in the business, but there's just something about women and managing these things.
Women are doing value addition. Thank you so much. Okay, so we begin our business forum and we're excited to meet our business owners. We have about 8 businesses that have been featured, will feature not only during the business forum, but also during the exhibition. And so during the tea break, when you want to stretch your legs, please just move to the exhibition stand, look at their products and hear about their services. All right. So I'll start with our business owners, ladies on the high table. So you're going to tell us about your business, to introduce yourself, what you do, and of course, just tell us about your brand. And in no particular order, anyone can start. So tell us your name or your business name, what you do or what services you offer.
Morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for the opportunity once again. My name is Motsunrayo Bretnuri, and I run Bretnimo Foundation. So Bretnimo Foundation currently runs Bretnimo Fashion currently runs as a fashion brand. But before the year runs out, we're looking at into Bretnimo Fashion. So one of the things that we currently do is to give back to young people, boys and girls, basically. But again, it's girls that have taken the opportunity to tell you that women and girls are more business-minded to get scholarships, study, to learn fashion design. So it can be full or partial scholarships, and we have some persons who are really benefiting from that. So the proceeds that we make from coming to exhibitions like this, selling our wares, actually goes back to helping more young persons to be able to have that skill and use that to support their tertiary education to set up a business themselves. So that's what we're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're going to ask them a few questions if you have. So if you have questions for them, please just note them down and we'll ask them. All right, Ma. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I am Oluwatokunmi Babatunde, the founder of Your Treat Art. So Your Treat Art is vetted from the place of need, the gap between lunchtime and work time. So I was serving at Dangote Cement PLC, and we have to go to the field as a geologist, take samples and all of that. But while on the field, I noticed that we do not have like a snack to munch on. We stay under the sun for a very long time. So that was where it started from. And I thought to myself that, okay, I can bring snacks to people on the field and they would enjoy, they come back to have their lunch. So that was where it all started from. Then I thought, okay, remote workers too will need snacks. Professionals will need snacks, students will need snacks. So we have packages for them too. Plantain chips, fully, potatoes, and peanuts. So all of these are handy and it's easier and healthy for people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ewalua Orowale. I work with Mayen. Mayen is the Mentoring Assistance for Youths and Entrepreneurs Initiative. We're a 14-year-old nonprofit organization headquartered here in Ibadan. Now you might be wondering, nonprofit, why are we here? Business. So what we basically do is we have centers. We've set up smart libraries, youth centers in different communities. We have one at Ojo. We have one on Poly Road, Elele. And basically the center is basically catered to low-income teenagers and youths from marginalized communities in those areas. For our Ojo Center, we've reached over 40 communities. And since we've been running that, we've had over 700 families come through that center. With, of course, from a family, you know that there are as many as 3 children, 4 children from that. So one of the gaps that we identified while running these centers is a lot of the families are either single income or low income. And for a lot of their parents, while our main goal is to promote positive youth development through education, gender equality, entrepreneurship and employability, and a few other things, one of the core values or one of the core things that we've discovered is that for a lot of these families, they're not necessarily concerned about their children going to school. Their main core is, how can this child contribute to the home? How can you bring economic value? And so they would rather send their child to go and learn how to be a vulcanizer or a welder rather than send them to school. So we had to incorporate vocational training into a lot of the work that we do. And so we also provide vocational training for these children, fashion designing. We partner with Nemo Fashion as well. We do wig making, bag making, shoe making, and quite a number of things. And then 4 years ago, we also now realized that one way to scale this is to also engage the mothers of these children. So we started teaching the mothers how to make adire like sustainably, not using the dye, like using natural dye. And then we became like a marketplace for them. So we taught them how to make it. We'll take it from them, we sell, and then that way they can get financial independence. And so we do that. We also sell a couple of these things. So I'm wearing some lapel pins. For some people, they bought SDG pins from us and quite a number of other things. We also have the children make black soaps. We sell tote bags. Again, some of our children make those. So these are some of the things that we teach them in. We have children whom they learned how to make a lot of these things, and they were able to, from the sales that they made, the proceeds they made, they were able to afford jam forms. They were able to send themselves to school. Some of them, part of what we do, some of them have graduated and they're running their own businesses. So that's basically what we do.
Thank you. Before we move on, I'd like to especially recognize one of our fathers, the royal fathers who walked in as we began. You're most welcome, sir. We acknowledge your presence. Thank you very much. So we move to the next business owner.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to exhibit and to also talk about our brand. My name is Naima Abdulaziz Ifeoluwa. That's the name. Then the business name is Crafts by Nine. So what we do basically is just elevate your look. If you look at yourself right now, you have a piece of leather on you. Your shoe, the strap for your wristwatch, your belt, like so many things that can be made out of leather. So that's just what we do. So we have bracelets, we have belts. I have belts here. This is reversible. You can use either of the two sides. When Taiwo was speaking earlier about a bag or a belt that was made from a crocodile skin yesterday. It was actually one of our products. I have a bag here that's made from croc skin. So it's different from this usual skin. So it's just making things that we have here available without having to source from anywhere outside of Nigeria. What we have here is what we do. So we also make products from Ashoke. This is a school bag made from Ashoke. And we also make products from Ankara, Adire, whatever it is that you have. If you have a fabric and you have your name bespoke, just the way you can write craft by night on Adire. If you want to make it into bags, you want to give it as souvenirs, you can do that. And if you're having a wedding, you're actually ladies, instead of the lady, you want them to carry it as a bag, we do that also. So the Instagram handle is craft by night, just as it is spelled, craft by night _ Instagram, TikTok, and hopefully you'll be seeing all your beautiful faces down. Says
Thank you very
product.
much.
Thank
You
you.
came very prepared for this session.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity given to us. My name is Ruth Babayojo. I'm here representing Garden in the Box Africa. So for those that visited our stand yesterday, I'm sure you're wondering, seeing the box and like, okay, what can I get in the box? So what Garden in the Box Africa basically does is that we give you the basic things you need to start your own garden in the comfort of your home. Everything that you need contained in the box. I'm sure you're wondering, okay, what does the box contain? I'm going to quickly unravel it. Yes, because for people that want to grow their own food, they are wondering, what do I do? How do I go about it? What are the things that I can get from it? So our box contains compost manure from food waste. Many of us, we cook, we throw away onion peels, many other things. We convert it into compost manure that you can use to plant in your homes. It contains a garden tool that you can also use in the garden. It contains a user manual for you to even know how to set up. Yes, it also contains grow bags. Yeah, thank you. Yes, so we used to say something, whether you have a front yard, you have a backyard, or you are yardless, we give you no excuse not to be able to grow your food. Yes,
That's a good one.
yes, we give you no excuse. So if you say, I don't have space, I don't have this, start with the grow bags, put soil in it, mix it with the compost manure, and start growing something. Your health is important. Many people are concerned about the safety of what they buy from the market. They are wondering, oh, their research has even shown that the pesticide residue level in food today is no longer safe. So why still continue with that when you know that you can grow something in the comfort of your home and continue to enjoy fresh food? Also, it contains organic pesticide from neem as a form of protection for your crops instead of using the regular chemical pesticide. So this is also there. And you have seeds inside. So we have 3 varieties. We have the air bradians, the atateric, and we have the veggie spring, common things that you take every day. The air bradians you can plant shoko, ewedu, green, and okra. Those are the seeds you find inside. The atateric, from the name, who can guess what the seeds inside are? So you have rodo, tomato, and tatashe, your regular soup mix, and we have veggie spring, carrots, cabbage, and cucumber. So those are things that are contained in the box. And sometimes you're wondering, okay, if I plant it, what do I do next? What we're working on currently is a mobile application that will guide every user from planting to harvest. So you know what to do per time till you begin to harvest successfully.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We have more time to go around. Yes, Ma, you're most welcome. So you just tell us your name, your business name, what you do.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Olanike Okunola, the Creative Director of Liquid Craft. We are into the production of coconut oil and the recycling of coconut shells into usable products like buttons. I have coconut shell buttons on my outfit, and we use them to make flower vases. We make soap dispensers. This is a lamp holder we made from wood and coconut shell. So it's been attached with the electrical working. So all you need to do is just attach. It elevates your space and everything. Then we make cups, we make soap dispensers, soap dishes, scented candles, accessories, anything to elevate your work, your space, your outfit, your outlook. And we also use wood to make tablewares, cutleries, and likes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So let me go back to your true hurt. So I want to ask you a question because you talked about how you found a need and then you were able to fill in that gap. People between lunch and dinner or breakfast and lunch, and people have a snack. So how are you going to ensure that this is sustainable? Because you mentioned that it's not just for those on the field, those in the workplace. So how would you ensure that that need that you're feeling, because you're also going to help people who are budding business owners, how would you ensure that that need is still relevant? That there's always a need for your treat hut in every organization. How would you ensure that?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So how we intend to make your tweet or available or fill in the gap always. So one thing we plan to do is aside from these maxi packages, so we have the mini sizes also, which would go around because most times a lot of people say, I just need a little of it, and it's not just much. And some would also even complain that it's not good for their health and elderly people. So we're also looking into more research on snacks. So if you're diabetic, if you have high blood sugar, we also want to look into snacks. So you don't just have to neglect all of those things that you enjoy. So we feel that back too.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And that makes it sustainable at the end of the day. Thank you. Okay, let me go to briefly more fashion. So I know that it was more tilted to women and girls, and I want to be gender balanced. So if you want to work with a male entrepreneur in the house today, how would you ensure that you partner with that person? What do you think a man can contribute to that business? Because I know you partner with Masons, but if you want, what are you looking for? You want to partner with more people because we have organizations today who would like to partner with you. So I'm happy you to pitch yourself. If you're looking for another partner, who would that be, or what type of organization do you want to partner with?
Okay, so we'll be willing to partner with for-profits and non-profit organizations. Starting with a non-profit organization, if you are an organization that works with young people and you have a lot of boys who are interested in learning fashion design, you have a space. You can come in as trainers to facilitate sessions in fashion design. You can also do it online because that's another way that we are pivoting to. For example, most of the girls that are currently on scholarship, by February next year, some of them will be back to school. So we need to pivot. We need to ensure that at least the theoretical aspect of what they are learning does not stop because they have to go back to school. So for non-profits, we are available for trainings. We are available for that. We can talk about it. And then for for-profit organizations, as part of their CSR, they can also give back to some of these girls because some of these families, literally, because I started my work in Mali actually, and they're now running this by myself. There is the demand, but the supply is a little bit how will I call it? There are people who want to learn. So we are sifting through really to say, okay, at this time, some of you can come on and then some of you are on the waiting list and all of that, but we will be able to absorb more persons. If for-profit organizations can come on board to say who they are sponsoring, we are contributing to what you're doing financially to say, this is what we want to do to help more persons have the opportunity to learn.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And by helping them, you're helping to alleviate poverty. You're teaching them to have their own skills. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me move to mentoring assistance for youth and entrepreneurs initiative. So what type of mentoring do you give to youth? If you have a youth, we have many youths here anyway, but if you have a youth that you say, you know what, I think I would be useful here, or this organization would be useful for me, what services do you offer? Apart from those that I mentioned earlier, what other services do you offer rather for youths in the society?
Okay, thank you for that. So we have something called, under one of our programs, we have something called the Hub for Employability and Entrepreneurship Development. So everybody in this room understands the current rate of unemployment. A lot of young people do not have jobs. You finish school and then there's just a gap, you're just at home, you're applying everywhere, you can't get a job. And then so I'm going to need the last acceptable rate by the World Bank, which was 33.3% of young people in Nigeria are currently unemployed. Now, the remaining percentage, they are either underemployed, quite frankly, or they hate their jobs. If I were to ask now, in this room, how many of you have side hustles? Can I please see your hands up if you have a side hustle in addition to your 9 to 5? Exactly. The average Nigerian is running like 5 different businesses after working in 9 to 5. Everybody wants to make that money, right, and be financially stable. So we understand that there's a gap. And so through our hub, what we do is we bring in different mentors, we bring in HR professionals, we bring in people who are doing really well in the different sectors, in the different industries, to come and talk to these young people. So we have that. And then we have entrepreneurship as well. We also do something called agribusiness. So we provide supplies, agricultural supplies, we provide financial support for a lot of businesses. So we do things like that. And then it's usually held once monthly, once a month.
So how can people sign up for this initiative that you have?
My name is Ewa. You can please just come and meet me. I can, and then you can send us a DM on Instagram. Our Instagram account is @MayanWorld on Instagram, or you send us an email, or you just say hello to me. I can give you my card.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, Crafts by Nai. I know you showed us everything. Right, okay. So I want to ask, do you train people on how to use this raw material that you have to make this product? Or do you even give people your secrets, your trade secrets? How do you get the raw material? How do you get leather to make what you do, if you want to share with us?
Okay. Thank you. So the answer to the question is yes, I actually train. But I'm someone that is very intentional about what I do. When someone comes to me that they want a product, if I know that the time given is not enough to give you something that is value-based, I would rather not take it. And I partner with people. So if I have, say, like I get like 100 bags to make, I get more people, more hands to make sure that the job gets done. And really, the secret is that whatever it is that you are doing, the last detail is really important. And the last detail is not something that is like far. From the moment you start buying your leather to cut it, the accessories you are getting. If you are using a gold accessory and you know that this gold is not golden, it's going to peel up. So you are missing a detail because somebody gets a bag and before it even gets to them, the gold has started peeling. They are saying that your band is not something that has integrity or something that they can work it. So those details really come together to give you a product that is really outstanding. And if you look at it, you don't see like a gum stain or something. Some people will ask that, do you actually use gum? I use gum too, but why is my own showing? Why is this? So those kind of questions, I'm just very intentional about production. And for the training part, because I'm intentional too, I would not take on more students than I can actually give my 100 to. So regardless of the money, I just ask them to give me money for I take them to the market and they buy what they are going to use for their practices and all that. I don't take money for training. So I've trained 2 people fully that waited fully. And they have their businesses now. Because some people don't have the patience. They will tell you, oh, it's such a long time. And it's understandable because at the same time they want to learn, but they also have bills that are not stopping. So they have to like look for something else to help them make money while they get going. So for people that waited, I have 2 businesses successfully. That's Christy World. She makes shoes, bags, and belts. And I also have one other person. Her name is Lydia. She makes bags. You can check Lydia bag. She's on TikTok. So she makes several bags and 2 businesses. So if somebody has the patience and you can carry on, I'm a nice person to work with, by the way. And they are right, and they're intentional about
Come and sign up for training.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Crafts by Nine. Thank you. Now, let me hold on for a bit and ask, do we have any question for the audience, for our business owners? Do you have questions for them? Amazing. Okay, so, 1, 2, I can take about 5 questions. 1, 2, 3, 4,
5. Awesome. So I will take the microphone round. But before then, Gary in a Box Africa, I know you talked about ataterics. Okay, Precious, yes, you help me when it's time. Thank you. So I know you talked about ataterics. So what other weird combinations that people ask for? Because I know people will say, I want a lemon tree in my garden with an apiary tree beside it, and then I want I discussed coconuts, you know. So have you had anybody say something as unique as that?
Yes, we have. But currently we're focusing on getting this set of crops right, because we don't just want to go into offering a wide variety of crops that we cannot even say, okay, let's guide you through. So we want to get this right. It's a whole ecosystem we're offering, like a whole system. It's not just take the seeds and plants. We need to be able to guide you through information on how to do all of those things. If you go online and say you're looking for information on how to plant some of these things, you probably might not get it. You might be getting information on how to plant it in America, in India, but the one that is related to our client here. So those are things we're still researching into to be able to guide people right, instead of rushing into offering a wide. And these things that we're offering are things that you need every day. Pepper. Therefore, you need it every day. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not the least, with Liquida Crafts. So I'm wondering, why coconuts? And you know, some people use coconuts for maybe pastries, food items, but why coconuts, and why coconuts for this in particular?
Okay. I graduated from University of Ibadan, where I studied Arabic. And while I was in school in 2011, I just wanted something. Money was not coming from home, like steady. I just needed something to, get myself by. So doing one of those ASU strikes, we went home, and then my aunt, she just happened to come across a YouTube video on how to produce coconut oil. So she was like, she wants to try. I'm interested, let me learn. So I learned how to make coconut oil at home. So when I resumed school, I started producing coconut oil in my school hostel and selling. So after school, doing NYC, besides Alawi will soon end, what else can I add to make sure that I, make extra money? And at the time, the apartment I was staying in, our landlady, she refused me, dumping coconut shells in the dustbin. She was like, it was going to get food on. So I kept piling them at my backyard. Maybe I'll see someone to sell them or something. So during one of those Christmas breaks, one of my neighbors just got back from Christmas break, and she was like, there's this stuff she saw that she feels like I can, make it with coconut shells. So it was both she saw. So I just, started, I got my first machine February 14, 2022. So I just, started, doing trial and errors. I made bowls. I was like, okay, this thing is not bad. Although when I first posted, the acceptability was very low. People were like, you're selling it back. So they didn't really accept it, but with time, I just started, okay, maybe I start from something small. So I started making key holders, neck pieces, and people were like, okay, these are fashion accessories. So with time, they started seeing it as stuff that they could use to elevate their spaces and their styles.
Awesome. And that's circular economy. You can't waste the wealth. Thank you so much. So we go to our audience. Number 1. Who was number 1? Yes, Miriam. Give the mic to her.
Okay, well done to every one of you, and I really do hope that you get to see more sales and your efforts do not grow without being recognized. Yes, you all are doing like very, very well in your spaces. I mean, I've been to the exhibition side and I see what you all have done, and I know that you still do more. Sorry, I know you still do more. So it's not a question, because I feel like I know a bit of what everybody is doing. I've been able to converse with each and every one of you. I just wanted to add, for the sake of this gathering and for further gatherings, right? I know that when you were giving like a brief description of your brand and what you do, you should have added what your pieces range from. Because I know people that, coming from the marketing perspective, I know people that will obviously want to come to your stand, but they will not want a situation where they will come and they will not purchase. And they will not like a situation where they will lead you on. I know some people don't mind. They will obviously come, they'll get your cards, they can reach out later. But some persons will not want to because they don't know what your range is like. So they might be thinking they cannot for now, and they actually can. So in case of necessity or some other time, you can actually just give us that privilege to say, oh, my product costs from 10,000 to 50,000.
So somebody with that 10,000 to spare can say, okay, I can purchase a bag before going today. I can purchase a dispenser before going today. Exactly. But you not saying it is given, oh, we want you to come and you must come. And then it might not move people. But when you say the price, like other sell snacks, if the snacks is just 2K or thereabout, somebody can actually go there and just get it for tea break.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And don't worry, to all our participants, I give you permission to go to the exhibition stand. Whether or not you want to purchase something, they're available to speak to you. They're available to converse with you. Ask them more questions. Feel free. And I mean, it says there, fam. This is home. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. Our business owners, you have done so wonderfully well. I want to give a comment. Yeah, because I saw a consistent give and take approach in all when you were talking about what you do. You are not just doing your business for yourself alone. There's a lot you're also giving back to the environment, and that's a very good one. And that's kudos to you. And my funny question is, please, man, can you talk more about the yardless that you mentioned?
So your question is for garden in a box. Okay. Do you want to answer the question now or take all the questions? You note them down. Okay. Just note the questions down.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my question is to Crafts by 9. So as somebody that has a background in animal and environmental biology, so I was just, while you were presenting, I had to pick up my phone to quickly put it down so that I don't forget. So considering the environmental and ethical concerns that is associated with animal skin, like how does your business model contribute to sustainable development, at least particularly in the areas of responsible consumption and livelihood? Because you're just removing let's just move biodiversity, which is very important, because if you keep removing animal skin, and I don't know, before you know it won't happen. Every animal has their own niche in our ecosystem. They have what they do. So what are the things in place to protect our crocodiles?
Okay, so that it's a bit orderly, let's take some answers first. So let me start with Garden Neighbor Africa. So you answer the question on the yardless planting, yes, and then move to Crafts by 9.
Well, when I said this, I used to jokingly say that means that probably you don't have like a very big yard. If your balcony beside your door that has access to sunlight, you can always put these things there. But some people, they usually think that they have to have a big yard space. I remember there was a school we went to. They're like, we don't have any place to plant it. So everywhere here is cemented. We're like, don't worry, we can always set up, even if everywhere here is cemented. So whether it's your balcony or any small space that you have, you can always set up a grow bag thing to start planting. So that's what I mean.
Thank you very much. Okay, Crafts by 9, you actually have a question online too. So do I read it out for you? So you take it all together. So it says, this question is by Ibukolua Oyebola. She says, my question is for Crafts by 9. I really admire your work with locally sourced materials. Can you tell us a bit about the sustainability of your material, especially the source? For better context, I work a lot with wood, but I have recently started looking for more sustainable materials as I do not have a means to grow trees in return. Do you worry about the sustainability of your material in terms of scarcity and the possibility of endangered species and such? A similar question.
Yes. So thank you very much. I'll answer the first question from the physical audience. I didn't get your name. So in the production of our crocodiles are safe, trust me. So the first thing is that to conserve the environment, there is production of fox leathers. So fox leathers are just imitation of the original leather. So they are produced with machines chemicals and like that. And they are not as expensive as the actual skin leather. So when you see a bag online and the bag is going for like 500,000 naira, and you can feel from the quality that this is actually leather, those kind of bags are very rare. You have them with the likes of Hermes and famous designers like that. So for the others that are also using like actual leathers, it is quite tough for them to actually get leather. So we go into fox leathers. Fox leathers are always going to be available because they don't require any animal to die before producing them. So that's one. Then the second one is that was what actually inspired me to actually go into fabric, the use of fabric. So I used Ajire. Ajire has been here since like forever. Ashoke has been here since forever. So they are actually here to stay. And with the use of that, sustainability is guaranteed. And also thirdly, for my brand. So when I purchase these fox leathers or leathers actually, you have like patches remaining, just like tailors have pieces. So what other way can we recycle this to make it? I have a design. So it's not like every time because I wait and gather patches and I use them in the production of a bag. So I have like it's a bag, but it has like different colors coming together. We might have seen such designs here. So you have actual okay patches. Sometimes we make it with tassel, like it has shreds, and they're actually very beautiful. But we don't have it all the time. So if you want something like that, is that you're coming with your patches from your tailors, or we are mixing it with the patches of leathers that we have. And also from those small patches, we make key holders, earrings, bracelets, and like that, just to ensure that for small items, we don't have to like go to the market every time to actually source for materials to use. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. So for the question online, so going into using wood, I know brands that use wood to make clutches. I know two actually. You can check them online. Mulawan has a collection. So she has like a wooden craft. And I know PM Leather too. She makes heels. That's just what she does. So they go as far as doing backward integration. Like they have farm, they grow their trees, or they partner with people that are into woodwork. So they just craft out their design and they help them to make it. So in that way, they have like a collection coming out. They would announce their collection, you'll be on their waiting list, and it makes their product quite outstanding yet exclusive to say. So you know that if I want a piece that is made from this, people have to wait. There's no two ways about it. You have to wait. When we have it, if we are producing 50 pieces, you know that I really have to purchase between this gap that is going to get released. If not, I've missed this year and I'm coming back next year. So I feel like the need for people to actually carry exclusive items makes the niche like a very beautiful and a unique piece to own. So it's not you shouldn't be worried about a problem when there are like thousands of solutions like right in front of you. Just look for people that you can partner with and you drive Nigerians like exclusivity. They want something that you say, we are only 50 that have this bag in this country. We are only 20 that have this bag in the whole world. So I feel like that's great.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we go back to our on-site participants. I think we're number 3 or 4. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you to our business owners for the wealth of knowledge you've shared today. I want to ask the lady with regarding the you said something about having a manual in the back. So does it tell us how to nurture all the things we are planting, the vegetables, the pepper, nurture them, and then harvest? Because it says something that there's something else we want to do about maybe how but if we buy it now, we are using it. Do we have all the information we need from planting to harvest and all that? That's my question for you. And then for the other question I have is for the lady that makes some crafts with coconut shells. Have you explored hotels and those kind of things where, especially for those soap cases and the soap bottle and all that? Because I believe that they really stand out in those kind of cases. And then the other thing I want to ask is, like, how many do you make so much that if somebody orders from another state, are you based in your state? If somebody orders from another state, maybe some cases or those soap bottles, will you be able to like produce in mass and sell it? Thank you very much.
That's not a question. We have okay, so I have a question. I think not the question, but thank you. Thank you. I was actually number 4. Okay, so my own question is based on the fact that most of the business owners that come here, they are sole proprietors, and here we are talking about small, I don't even know if I can say medium, I'll just say small scale enterprises. So, and of course, that's where we see more of women, because it eventually comes up to at least be an opportunity for somebody to be busy and get out of poverty. So my own question or concern is that what is the long-term plan now? If this is sole proprietorship, somebody is unable to be able to do it, what is the consideration? What is the long-term plan for some of these things? Or we are just going to wait again for another crop, or nothing is going to happen to you at the grace of God. Yes. But I'm just thinking for our society. You know, in Nigeria, we have issues that we don't have long term, we don't think far. You know, you go to some of these developed countries, you see brands that are hundreds of years old. You see them 500 years, but some are family businesses that they keep transiting through generations. So what is the long term? I know that we are doing this today and it is serving today's purpose, but are we looking to the next 50 years, to the next 100 years? So the question is for everyone on the team. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, so let the business owners answer questions.
Okay, I would just like for the business owners to like state their price range so that everybody
we can walk up to the exhibition stand because I want us to visit the exhibition stand. So, but if you like to mention, please do. Yes, sir.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's a piece of information that I want to share. It has to do with this crocodile skin, reconciling environmental conservation with skin, crocodile skin, bag making, and things like that. I know that there is something they call crocodile farming, just like fish farming. I go to the internet, these are my findings. Crocodile farming is a real commercial and captivating breeding industry worldwide, including specialized private facilities, tourist attraction firms, and conservation-focused breeding sites, even in Nigeria. So, if there are no too many crocodile farming in Nigeria, I think we have to to know that in future there could be more. And so the fears of my friend is allayed because we will grow, and there will be more crocodile farming in Nigeria. It will be intentional crocodile farming, and you can do business with the flesh, with the skin, and what have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that contribution. We appreciate that. So, business owners, because of our time, so just make the answers, sharp, short, but please address the questions. I think there was a question for Garden in the Box Africa, question for the feeder, and then everyone.
All right, so the manual in the box just contains very few information for you to set up, because you cannot load everything into the manual in the box. So what we're doing is the mobile application where you can get real-time information, guidance, and tracking so that you know what to do per time as you are raising the plants in your home. I hope the person that asked the question. Ma. All right, so for now, we cannot fully put everything that you need into the manual. So that's why we're working on a mobile application for you to get real-time information as you plant. There's also going to be a tracker. Once you plant, it starts tracking the whole process of your growth cycle, of the plant cycle rather, from when you planted till harvest. There you can also interact with the community, send pictures in on how your gardening is going. It's just something that will be fun to do at the end of the day so that you're not left alone. But currently we have a home gardening community that you can join. If you have any problems, any questions, you can always send them in.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for the question. So concerning hotels and resorts, most of the coconut shell products we have are new products. So we challenge ourselves to make one new coconut shell product per month. So most of these products are new. So we are putting out proposals to hotels and resorts, and telling them the usefulness and how they can elevate their space with this. And then with the delivery, we deliver worldwide, deliver nationwide. So we recently made 50 soap dishes for a black soap brand in the US. So we ship nationwide, we ship globally, and then we mostly produce on order. So because people have different specifications, so they may have sizes, designs that they like. So we most likely produce on order, minimum of 1 week, depending on the quantity.
Thank you. And so addressing Dr. Nokogene's question, what is your long-run plan for all the businesses? In 30 seconds, just or less, what's your long-run plan for your business?
So I know that growth is important in any business, and one of the things we're currently planning is to train. Most people have been reaching out for training, but then I know that I currently don't have the space and the capacity to do that. So that's part of what I want to put in place. I also want my business to run such that even without my presence, things can continue running. So one of the major things I want to do is to train. So if I train people, I know that okay, I can employ them to work with me, and then we can grow from there. So that's one of my major plans currently.
Thank you. Garden in Box Africa.
Right. We say our mission at Garden in Box Africa is to provide the knowledge and technology that will inspire and cultivate 1 billion organic vegetable gardens across Africa by the year 2050. So we're not just looking at Nigeria, we're looking at scaling beyond Nigeria and entering into the African markets generally.
So thank you. Crafts by 9.
Thank you very much. So the long-term plan to actually become a business that actually have a structure that works, not a structure in theory. So as she has rightly said, to actually grow business, you need money to make money. If you are putting in 1 million, you can be expecting like 150, 200, depends on what the scale of the business is. So I'm open to partnerships, growth, investment, and what have you. Because I mean, the bigger, the better. And you can also help more people with training and all that. So that's it. And they are actually not expensive. We have items, we have bracelets for like 3,000, 3,500, belts, 10,000, 12,000, bags for 10, 15, 20, and like that. And they are bespoke. So whatever the size of your laptop or whatever function you have, we can always do that.
Thank you. My name.
Thank you. Last week Saturday we had in commemoration of the International Youth Day, we gave out business grants to 3 small businesses. And so that's one of the things that we do. We bring in, again, as I said, the person who came to speak was Fuko Nigeria's supply chain manager. He came to talk about how to run a business, start a business. So we provide a lot of these things. We provide support. We partner with organizations, businesses. We do all of these things. Another thing that we do is step down training. So for example, the women that we had trained in learning how to make Nigerian, we also ensure that they now train their other neighbors, partners, friends, and then we do cohort by cohort. I didn't start the organization. 14 years later, I'm running it. And so it continues like that, where our goal is also, because I mentioned that we have 2 smart centers in Ibadan. Our goal over the next 5 years is to ensure that we're in every region in Nigeria, so not east, south, but everywhere. That's the goal. Overall, we want to have 50 smart centers, and then through the smart centers, we can then ensure that we're promoting all of these things: entrepreneurship, digital literacy, and so on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Your treat hut.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark, for the question. So your street art is at the very stage where we want to ensure that our brand is at every organization. Every remote worker, because we are going into a stage of remote work. So we want every remote worker to have our brand. So for the next 5 years, we're looking also into incorporating indigenous snacks, not just foreign snacks as well. So we can take our snacks over there abroad, all African countries, so they can also appreciate what we have. So that's what we have. Like the stage for us is in different stages. Thank you.
Bringing more fashion. Thank you so much. So I mentioned that Bringing More Fashion is also going to metamorphose into Bringing More Foundation. What that allows us to do is to separate business from the giving back to society that we want to do. And the fact that it can attract partners is the first way that we can make it sustainable. The second way is that it's also going to become a youth village where a child who does not want to learn fashion designing also has the option to learn other things. So other partners can come in to train and all of that. And then by the constitution of a non-governmental organization, we're going to have board of trustees that gives advice from time to time on what the organization should be focusing on. And definitely one thing we will not snooze on is to have a succession plan early enough. So in a situation where Motrayo is no longer in the picture physically to run the organization, there should be someone else that can do it. Practically, I would say, when we're preparing for this summit, so we put out a call for young persons to gain scholarship to learn 2 months ago. Now, this is the second official month that these girls are learning. And there is one out of the 3 girls that I've identified that if today I want to hand over, it's just that she does not have enough knowledge. But I'm saying I am identified. And she's the one who has had the privilege to come with me today. And sharing her experiences, I really see that, it's doable to have a succession plan that can allow you to identify people who can carry on the vision when you're not there physically.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And even as we round up this session, just to note that every business owner here is either a present or past student of the Center for Sustainable Development. Yes, I think we should give them a round of applause.
So let's just think about making this a bit more fun.
If you would choose one SDG that represents your business, what would it be? So, or do I make it 2? One. So let's make it fun. So you choose one SDG that represents your business. What would it be?
Probably 17.
17. Partnership for the goals. Yes.
12.
12. Responsible consumption and production. Yes. 17. Partnership for the goals.
I'll say 10 because I promise for everyone.
Reduce inequality. That's the smart one. 2. Zero hunger.
13.
13. Climate action. Thank you very much. Can we celebrate our business owners? We can take a picture, we can write, just take a picture with your product. If we have that facility, just a smartphone will be fine. Okay, you can come out with your product, take a picture, and then we'll be done with this session. Thank you so much, the technical team. We appreciate you for the job well done. Okay, you can just take a product if you have them.
Thank you very much, ladies, and thank you so much, sirs and Maz. Again, my name is Opayemi Odunola, and it was a pleasure moderating this session. Thank you very much.
I will put our hands together for Opayemi Odunola. We are not clapping. We didn't clap for it. Oh. Thank you very much. We are on time. Yeah, this is how we run our event here. We try to, because we are an international center, so we try to make sure that we run on time. We are able to save some time. I just want to add a quick announcement to everybody. First, we have a WhatsApp platform. If you are not on the WhatsApp platform, can you raise your hand? Oh, you are not on the WhatsApp platform. Why? You are the only ones. Oh, you're not the only one. Okay, you have a company. So 3 of you or 4 of you, make sure you grab who can anybody here? Mr. Ino, are you here? Okay, go back to the registration desk. If somebody will add you to the platform. If you are not added to the platform by at the end of the break, please come to me. Okay, I will add you. But again, make sure you see them. I've seen them and they are too busy that you can come back to me. That's the first thing. We have a WhatsApp platform. Ensure that you are the platform. If you are duly registered, because they will ask you some questions. The second thing is that some people missed their presentation yesterday. We will take you today, but just tell us when it's time for presentation. We will see how we accommodate your presentation. We set out some notices, especially we compile 17 benefits of this summit. Take a look at those 17 items and get back to us. At the end of each day, think, oh, this one it is okay, this one is okay, this one is okay. Let me pick one. One of them is, what did you say? I said, think this one each day, right? One of them is item 4, which somebody reminded me today. Each time I post something, I assume that everybody reads, but I found out it's not everybody. They just look at it. If there's no photo, they don't look at it. But I don't know how we can make some tests to be photos. No? I would need to consult AI. Now, but more importantly, note that we are not going to give you physical certificate. Item 4, check now. It will be e-certificate. And to get that ready, we need your full name the way you want it on your certificate. We hope the way you have, Femi, can you put that in the list? The name to compile? No. Yes. So because we still have some time before tea break, it's maybe the next 5 minutes, go through the names. We'll intend to print and share, but since we... Okay, maybe we'll leave that. But make sure that we'll print what we have. By the time you are rounding up from tea break, it will be ready for you to check. Check your name if that's the way you want your name to be written on your certificate. If otherwise, please let us know. Write the correct one. We'll take it on board and we'll share later by close of work today. Did I say close of work? Yes. By the time we're rounding up today. All right. So 2 things I've mentioned. There will be e-certificate. Don't disturb me. Certificate me that. It will be in the air. So we'll send your certificate either by email or by your WhatsApp platform that you have provided. That's the first thing. To do that again, follow up with that. You need to have your name correct. And if you presented a paper, let us know the title of your paper and all that. Yeah. And if you are co-author or you have the co-authors that are not here, note the co-authors to have certificate, they must be registered. Right? So she one buy one, take 2. I mean, and you can a promotion. Yeah? It's not buy one, take 2. It is buy one by yourself and others buy 2. So can we help you? All right. So any other question that you want from me, I can answer as many questions. The one I cannot answer, ask AI. Right. Anyone? Okay. So I think it's good to have enough time to interact and network. Make sure you are back by 11:30. It's tea break now. Are you excited to take tea? If you don't like tea, you will have other things to take. But make sure you take something. You promise me you will take something. If you go to a house and they offer you something, you don't take, it's not good, right? Even if it's water, make sure you take because we have prepared those things for you. A round of applause for yourself as we go for it. Thank you. See you by 11:30 here.
Professor, so can go share now. Thank you very much. We're not the country by 11:30. Okay, I want to.
that it's not going to take them much time to join us. This session is one session that we always look forward to when it comes to ISDS. We will tell you more about what the session is all about shortly. But before we advance, let me invite to the table the chairman for the Sustainable Solution Option event in ISDS for the year 2026. He is a father in all respect and a great grandfather for that matter in academics and by nature. Is one man that has been part of CESDEF at inception, looking at how such a vision will mature. He's a planner of international repute, a development practitioner. He is the former national president of Town Planners Registration Council of Nigeria. He is an emeritus professor of urban regional planning at the University of Ibadan. And he is no other person than Emeritus Professor Layi Egunjobi. Can we appreciate him? I think we will appreciate him more. Some time ago, one of my younger folks told me, "Sir, it's nothing easy to be a graduate." I can imagine how easy it is to hold a PhD. Imagine what it takes to become a professor and an emeritus for that matter. So appreciate him once again as an emeritus professor. You are welcome, sir. I will also welcome to the table our special guest of honor for today. Characteristically, on this platform, we'll always want to have some of our referred people and the guests of honor. We equally, for some of us that have been consistent with us, we don't always miss having at least one royal father with us. But this year, we will not be able to have the royal father because he's unavoidably absent. His apology is sent. We were expecting His Royal Majesty, the Alado of Ado Hawaii, His Royal Majesty Oba Olubile Olakanmi Makule Doye II. He's been around, was expected to add the light to the existence of the Yake Hanging Lake in Ado Hawaii, but unfortunately, we could not have him. Our special guest of honor today, whom we're going to honor, is someone we will know more of by the time his citation is presented to us. But let me briefly say, he is one man whose interest is in development that is sustainable. Is one man who is so passionate and extending the frontiers of Nigeria development via sustainable technology incubation and innovation. He is currently the DG and CEO, National Board of Technology Incubation in Nigeria. His name is Dr. Engineer Kazim Kolawole Raji, and he's here today ably represented by the director of the MBTI Incubation Center in Oyo State, Alhaji Kim Aziz. Can we put our hands together as we welcome them? So begin to think about your innovation that you want to incubate. You can trust that this platform is how we're going to engage, practice with our research. Again, I will invite one of our major speakers today, who equally happens to be a member of the pioneer cohorts of this center, at the same time, part of the global body of Masters in Development Practice. He came in all the way from Abuja to be part of this event this year. He is an animal scientist by profession and development practitioner. And he just exited the civil service as the director of compliance and monitoring for the Nigeria Institute of Animal Science. He is Dr. Olufemi Atunbi. Doctor, you are welcome. Let me also invite the representative of the Director of Center for Sustainable Development System here, who equally will be part of us for this session. He is well known by most of us. He is one man that is synonymous with indigeneity. The little of him you speak, you must be very indigenous. You must know what you're talking about. Welcome with me, Dr. Balogun. The representative of the DG of MBTI didn't come alone. He's here with his team members. And as soon as they are back in the hall, they just stepped out. We will introduce them to you as appropriate. Now, we will have a brief remark. I said brief because if you allow Prof, you know what it means when you are passionate about something. 1 hour, 2 hours may not be enough for him to prophesy the essence of a sustainable solution as an option in whatever respect of development. But much as he has for us today, we will be taking as the chairman opening remark from the chairman today, Professor Lai Egunjobi. Can we appreciate him, please?
I hope you are not intimidating me. Dr. Aderomu, thank you very much for this opportunity to be chairman of this special occasion. It's my pleasure coming back to this place. And as you have heard, I had the privilege of being one of the pioneer lecturers in indigenous knowledge when this center was founded. I won't want to say more than that because maybe I need to say a little about that. When this center, when the proposal was being put together, I was part of it, and it gave me the opportunity to make some contribution to the mix-ups between town planning and indigenous knowledge, and another one between education and indigenous knowledge. It's my pleasure coming back to this place, and I want to appreciate the organizers. Call it being led by Aderomu, Center. Yes, Davri. Yes, Davri is interested in integrating development planning with its practice. They are not just interested in the theory of it, they are interested in actualizing a development that is self-sustaining and that is participatory. Sustainable development issues we're talking about. Last year, in this special program, I remember that what you did last year was to bring
We looked at heritage management. Last year, we presented how we did the restoration of the first-story building in Ibadan.
The first-story building in Ibadan. Just as we always hear about the Badagry building, the first-story building in Nigeria. And the first-story building was taken up by your organization, and you got it into international limelight. Thank you very much for this. I want to congratulate in advance the person you are awarding, that you are giving your awardee today. And I want to greet his representative, and thank you too much. I also want to say, contribute my greetings to you, sir. Yeah, that's Alaji, what is the name? Dr. Balogun. And Dr. Atubi too. I don't know whether to say, to talk a bit, to refer to you as a technocrat, or as a developmental researcher, or as a policy maker, all of the above. So, thank you very, very much. It's my pleasure having everybody here today to participate in this special program. Thank you very much.
Thank God that Prof was not intimidated. Can we appreciate him once again? By the time he's giving the closing remark, I know a lot of things are going to be linked together. Let me quickly introduce us to sustainable solution option. You can go to the next slide, please. This is what we are looking at this year as our team from Davri, Nigeria, where you can see, go back a bit, please. Yeah, we are looking at this as sustainable and contextualized innovation pathway to Africa's relevance in the new global order. That's how we believe in Davri for this year to share with us and come to sustainable solution options. Next slide, please. Yeah. Sustainable solution option, it's actually a window created via DIPRA. DIPRA is Development Practice Academy, which is our own capacity development window that we created in Davri, Nigeria. Davri is an acronym of Development Advocacy and Values Renaissance Initiative. It is a non-governmental and independent development think tank that became a product of one body that we all had as development practitioners, that there are critical development gaps that we must begin to address if our development is going to be sustainable. And one critical thing that we need to look at is the issue of capacity development. And that is why the window DIPRA was created. And when ISDS opened up for our partnership, we felt it is critical to create a platform like this, where sustainable solution options can be explored. Then something came to our mind that a roadside vulcanizer tends to know the job. His name was Kabiru. And if you have one of your tires, you know, occasionally when you buy a new tire and it started misbehaving somehow, and someone says, you have to buy a new one. This one is condemned. And another person is saying, take it to Kabiru. That guy must fix this thing. You can't lose your money like that. And Kabiru got it fixed. He was never at a technical school, not to talk of a university to become an engineer. But for us in development practice, he had solved the problem. If he said he does not know how to speak the grammar, please reserve the grammar. For us in practice, the guy had solved the problem. The only thing that you can do for us that will help us is that you can blow grammar and can do research. You can now research on that which he has done. Perhaps he had used the indigenous power that probably Dr. Balogun might be able to explain. Or he had decided to put certain things together that you are saying that by theory, those things should not come together, whatever. You can explain further. And the product of that research, probably we could do an extension service to help Abiru next time to begin to apply. That's how our development can be sustainable. And so we decided that whatever little effort we do along that trajectory, we're going to be presenting on a yearly basis on this platform. And the major essence is this that we have created. Very critical about Development Practice Academy is how research, policy, and practice are going to meet. That has been the passion, and that has been what we've been working towards. We've been able to get results, and we promise to be very consistent to keep creating the nexus in between these three, or else we are not going to get out of the wood at all. Because since I was an undergraduate, the complaint has been we have a lot of research work on our shelves. The government are not looking at us. No, they kept on embezzling money. They are not doing anything. Our students are doing a fantastic job. Even lecturers are a lot of work, a lot of invention, a lot of innovations. The idea is that those who are in practice, are they aware? Where is the advocacy? Do we have policies? We have a program we call Development Icons Forum, where we always try as much as possible to bring the critical stakeholders from these three sectors together so that they can drive the right knowledge, skills, values, strategies, and resources that are needed to unleash full potentials at turning ideas to sustainable development realities and keep pace with associated dynamics. Next slide, please. So, after we had established this sustainable solution option with ISDS some years back, for some of us that might have been following us, you will remember that the first edition was on dairy. We're looking at dairy enterprise. That year, we made presentation of how from our Development Icons Forum in 2019, I think, we discovered that Nigeria never had any blue, black, red policy on dairy until 2019. So it was our platform that jump-started the idea after the conversion from the federal ministry that they don't have any. So they needed to rely on our report to come up with what Nigeria can call the homegrown dairy policy, I think in the year 2024. And the federal ministry kept on appreciating us bringing that together. Yes, the national dairy policy, we were able to present how far we've gone. That year, we presented what we've done so far about dairy improvement in Nigeria. And as we speak today, we have animals producing 10 to 15 liters milk per day per animal. And they are still exposed to the same climate. Don't forget that the animal in Nigeria that produces the largest chunk of milk per day is around 40 liters and is in Mezube farm. But it will shock you that it's under air conditioning. Yes. You are aware, sir. You were there. Thank you. But we know How many people can even avoid fan, electricity to power your fan, not to talk of air conditioning for animals? And we decided to go the route that would be sustainable. As against the 2 to 3 liter that seems to be very conventional in Nigeria, today we can boast of animals producing between 10 and 15 liters of milk per day in Ibadan. It will also interest you that after that project, which started in 2011, we can boastfully say today that the largest chunk of raw milk that processors will get to process in Nigeria today comes from Oyo State. So we find it to be very sustainable. Of course, we've started Odua Dairy Association. In the course of it, we have been able to start Dairy Association of Nigeria, which is equally functioning now. The dairy smallholders clusters, we've been able to develop a number, and we are still advocating for dairy farming. We presented the SMAP dairy drive, I think about 4 or 5 years ago here. And Smart Farms brought yogurt that all of us took here. And the man never went to study animal science. And when we were starting the process, we were at the federal ministry. They said, no, anybody who partake in that must first of all have animal science. So, you are talking grammar. Do you know those who lead in artificial insemination that we have trained in Nigeria today? The 2 leading hands studied political science and sociology. And when you ask them on the field, they will tell you, okay, is it not just to impregnate animals? I beg, leave grammar on side. I sabi that one. To get results in that aspect is a craft, is an art. The basic anatomy that they need, they've been taught. So we must be very careful and deliberate about our development in Nigeria. Again, we succeeded in having partnership with NASIMA so that we can begin to promote allied researches with the industries. On this platform too, of course, we've had deeper multi-level internship program. We kept on saying that it's shocking that somebody graduated as a mechanical, should I call that person an engineer? Because Karen said, until you are registered, you are not even an engineer. But graduating with BSc mechanical engineering, and this engineer does not even know which spanner will be able to handle a nut that you are pointing at. And he's an engineer, mech for that matter. That sounds very embarrassing. So we decided to set up a platform on internship so that as many that came on that platform with the limited space that we have now, we ensure that regardless of your discipline or your course, we attach you as appropriate. If you have one currency, then that currency is integrity. We don't want any other thing. We don't take money, but you must have that integrity. That's the only currency with which we trade with our partners. And then already we are setting up an entrepreneurship collaboration domicile at Abiola Ajimobi Technical University, because for us, entrepreneurship education in Nigeria is lopsided. it has been turned to be absolutely theoretical like any other course. But the focal point about entrepreneurship is, can you identify an opportunity? Can you exploit it for it to be profitable to you? That's all. So we don't believe that entrepreneurship study is for an undergraduate to be dissipating much energy on how to become a painter, house painter. That is purely vocational. There must be an entrepreneurship content in that medicine that you are studying. There is an entrepreneurship content in microbiology that you are studying. Don't turn it. There's nothing bad in having that skill, vocational skills. That's not entrepreneurship. Turning opportunity to become profit is all entrepreneurship is about. So we decided to partner this university, and currently we are creating a e-entrepreneurship hub. We already have about, I think, close to 6 universities pending now so that we hang them on that hub. Interestingly, we equally have private individuals that are coming onto the hub as well. You equally remember that the innovation of ERI, we brought it here because International Livestock Research Institute, we have collaboration with that institute. And they came up with HQCP, high quality cassava peeled, as one of the components of animal feeds, which they are using to make substitute. Throughout last week, we were together at an exhibition of the All-African Conference on Animal Agriculture with ERI. They've really improved this thing. It has never existed elsewhere in the world. Still an innovation that we find sustainable. Then the Agro Infotech project. We equally brought Agro Infotech here with our partnership about how to track day-old chicks that year. I think we brought day-old chicks so that we can continue to have quality animal production in that regard. Well, the University of Abuja happens to be the first university in Nigeria that will have dairy science center. Now, dairy science as a department. And when they were starting it, we were contacted that is there a way we can work together, of which we gladly did and is equally advanced. 2 years ago, we discovered that the largest monument in Africa resides in Ogun State, and that is Shubon Peredo. Happens to be a ditch constructed by Ijebu people, led and sponsored by a woman many centuries ago. And it covered about 160 kilometers around Ijebu. Well, unfortunately, we did not know it's anything that is significant or makes sense. Now, Igbo people can't tell us. Say it makes sense. So they came, and for months, they were here with a chartered aircraft with which we were able to do the LiDAR survey of the entire monument. And when they were presenting the data at St. Augustine University, Davri was invited as partner. And by next month, we are going to advance that idea at Eredo by the grace of God. So this year, before this year, since the last ISDS, we began to think about what has been happening with our innovation. And that's what attracted us to National Board Technology Incubation. Yes, people are doing research, Our concern is that, is there a way we can advance, Mr. DG, sir? If a student in the undergraduate days decided to come up with a finding, you know, it's always dissertation in fulfillment, am I right? In fulfillment of the award. So even if he or she had done it in fulfillment to get the award of BSc as expected, but there is an element that is innovative. Why are our lecturers not interested in picking up that little innovation, advance it with postgraduate students, either a master's student, and from there move on to PhD, until we begin to get a product that will be interested. So those who incubate for commercialization. I think that would make a whole lot of sense. And that's what we started exploring. And we appreciate the open arms of MBTI, that it's a doable thing. We will still present a little bit of that concept to us as we advance. So that's all Sustainable Solution Option Platform on ISDS has been about. We keep on exploring how we can create a nexus in between research, policy, and practice. And to do justice to the topic or the theme for this year, join me as I welcome Dr. Olufemi Atumi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adeomu, for that intro. And I will take it up from where you stopped. Why, looking at the topic, the theme, why not another? We are looking at sustainable and contextualized innovation, pathway to Africa's relevance in the new global order. Now, what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is to what I call the icebreaker that will lead us into discussion about this topic and what we have in mind looking at this. He has tried to chronicle what we have been doing over time and what has led to where we are. Next slide, please. Now, what we are looking at, next slide, please, is a call for Africa to move from being primarily a consumer and importer of technologies to becoming a creator, an adapter, to own an exporter of solutions that responds to the unique reality while we meet global standards. I'll give you an example. He talked about a conference that just ended on Thursday, All African Conference on Animal Agriculture. And something resonated at that meeting. The three prominent scientists in genetics in the world today, three of them, the first three, they came from Africa. And all the three were present at that meeting. Two of them are from Nigeria. And at a point, when we were discussing, one of them from Ethiopia began to show concern and said, look, my brother, we are the one doing this. We are the one behind what you see as product all over the world. But there's no mention of Africa behind all this that we are doing. What can Africa do? So that we don't just adopt technology. Look inside ourselves and see what we can do differently. Because from experience, we have seen that technology that we have imported doesn't really help us optimally. And we're looking at a situation where we will not unknowingly plug ourselves with another system of colonization through technology. So that is what actually moved us into looking at this. And we're looking at a kind of sustainable innovation that will address present challenges without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. We're looking at a climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy, sustainable livestock production, circular economies, and the responsible natural resource management that Africa can know. Yes, we can import technology, but how do we adapt it to own it? We're looking at a contextualized innovation in where Africa will not simply import solutions designed by Europe or North America or Asia. And at the end of the day, we become their stool. We are looking at a situation where we can own our own technology. Yes, we can. You know how China emerges. China can sustain what they have today. But can we truly say in Africa we can sustain what we have? Are we in control of those technologies that we have imported? These are the things we are trying to look. But look at Africa as a producer of knowledge and technology. About talking about indigenous technology the other time. They have their value in our development system. And at times, we discard this and see as if they are not. He was talking about Ijebu the other time. They are the one that now opened our eyes. So what have been with us for a long time. Is that the way to move? Next time. So from adaptation to leadership, where Africa will come to own its own technology and can lead. Don't think we cannot do it. We can, if we desire. Where a technology will put us in the place of competitiveness in the global market. We're looking at a technology that will help our youth in terms of digital transformation. And when we are looking at this topic, with zero our mind, we didn't look far. We look at Nigeria. What agency of government is doing something different? How do we look at such an organization? And we look at Nigerian National Board for Technology Incubation. And we discover that since the new leadership have come into place, things have begun to change in the way they address issue of innovation. And we saw this in their renewed focus of making MBTI a world-class technology incubation agency. We also saw their global and local innovation impact. This resonates in how they spearheaded the Next Gen Innovation Challenge, culminating in a major showcase in London in October 2025. And the representative is here. The guy that won the innovation prize from Kaduna, how much did he? 1.5 million pounds. The guy was within us, a young man. That is over 3 billion naira. So we begin to see that certain things are doable if we give support to our own. Then they are able to promote the next gen model, which was subsequently adopted by Commonwealth across 56 African countries. The success of next gen is not only owned by Nigeria now. All the 36 Commonwealth countries is here to testify to this. We will know more about it by the time we begin to read about the profile of Dr. Raji, the DG. So these are the things we are looking for. And expansion and partnership, they are able to, they discover that they cannot do it alone. There's a need for partnership. And that's why we got wind of relating with. And that's how we deem it fit that such an organization should be recognized at this year ISDS. What we are saying in a nutshell is that African relevance in the emerging global order will not be determined solely by the resources it's presenting. We have a lot of resources, a lot. But by its capacity to transform those resources through sustainable, local relevant, and global competitive innovations. And this cannot happen without research, policy, and practice converging. And that's why we are here today, to stimulate your thought, to look at things differently. That if we choose to do things differently, we can have different results. And that's what informed the topic we are looking at this year. I said it's an ice-breaking moment, which will lead into further discussion. Dr. Aderomu, please continue to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Tunde. I think that is incisive. If you agree with him, can you appreciate him again? If you believe Africa can get it right, can you raise up your hands? You believe? I'm not coercing you, please. Because we are practitioners. We are not offended if we are not having anybody inside it. Do you believe that the significant section of the globe feel threatened? Perhaps African gets it. Yes. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
And if we have that underlying thought, what must we do in Africa? That's what we are trying to say. That is what we have come to stimulate at this year's ISDS. That come. Then should we be studying the way we have been studying before? Should our curricula remain the same across board? Should our thinking be caged? He mentioned something, this issue of us getting colonized again. I wonder whether we are independent in the first instance. I don't know. I don't know. We must help ourselves. Enough of God must help us. He has helped us. I always say, God has prepared, I'm a Yoruba man, so God has prepared Amala and Abula. Put every protein and put it on my table. And I'm asking God, can you feed me, please? That's the way Nigerians are behaving and Africans. Until we learn to take our destiny in our hands, we go nowhere. I'm told that other comrades that are in the team of the DG are in the house, and please, as I recognize them, they will step forward and join me to appreciate them. We have Mr. Emmanuel, who is a planning officer with MBTI. Can you appreciate Mr. Emmanuel as he steps forward? Mr. Digisa, is it that you are aware that the person that is going to chair this occasion is an emeritus planner? Because I was just wondering, calling me planner. Because another planning officer, Mr. Yomi, is in the team. new planner, as you see Baba, you will see me before you see him. You take ticket before you rub minds with him. Thank you for coming, sir. And then we have an MBTI engineer in the team who is equally here, Engineer Yinka by name. Engineer Yinka by name. Okay, I'm told he stepped out. He will join us as appropriate. Having recognized them, can we move to the second section of a sustainable development solution option? I think we should just run that slide before we move to the MBTI, please. Okay, next slide. The next slide. Okay. I think we see clearly there is no light. Now, Dr. Atumbi said I should continue from there. Truly, Africa is incredibly a continent where some of the oldest civilizations in the world exist. Very rich in culture, well diversified, and has very rich history. But unfortunately, most history that we tend to trend are histories written by foreigners. I wonder whether a foreigner can best describe your father's house. Yet, African has not taken deliberate effort to tell our own history. Africa has diverse wildlife to its great geography, of course, very massive solid mineral deposits, great human resource that is incontestable, and very significant population. And no doubt, Africa remains the second largest continent on the world map, and it is truly an amazing continent. Do you agree that Africa is truly an amazing continent? Yes, sir. I hope we are not just making ourselves happy. In reality, maybe 90% inside this room I want to Japan. Yet you say it's amazing. Next slide, please. So the global order. From time immemorial, new order comes up with crisis. Crisis in the East, crisis in Asia, crisis in this and that. They are planning a new world order. Are we aware of that? So what are we doing in preparation to be part of the new order? Once the globe is about to change, there will be crisis. So for Africa, if we are going to have anything of relevance in the new order, we must dissect the crisis appropriately. Even the crisis they come and create for us here, and we keep celebrating. Terrorism. Did terrorism start in Africa? Small time they tell you. They say, they kidnap this and that. Not religion, no. Not religion, no. Excuse me. Have they brought Mecca to Africa? Have they brought Jerusalem to Africa? They won't bring it to. Africa must be serious for a while. we must be very serious. Dissect this crisis appropriately before we align. They know what they are doing. I hope Africa will prove that we know what we are doing. And if you are dissecting the crisis appropriately, you must participate in the ordering, how they order it. And that makes the Yoruba Parliament to hold that be number Joni, Tinjo Beni, which means when there is fire on you and your child, you first take care of yourself. That happened during COVID. Is that not so? Much as spouses love themselves during COVID, you know what transpired? About contact. And that has really made that balance to come to pass. So in this crisis, I think Africa should learn to be selfish a bit when it comes to our development. And that is when we can face contextualization about our innovation. So if Africa will be relevant in the new global order, Africa must globalize with clear vision and mission. Don't just come with anyhow. Then they use TikTok. Para. Then they use this one again. Elon Musk don't come. Buru. What's our vision? Using that very particular technology that is coming. What do you want to achieve? Is it just to come read, sing a chorus again, and you keep blaming our ancestors? This one that we are come ready. Is it with a clear vision and mission of what you want to achieve with it, using that technology? And you will agree with me, all over the globe, you either buy technology or you do what? You steal. God bless you, sir. All over the world, there's no morality about it. You either buy technology if you have the fund, or you steal technology. That's how you can imagine. If you are a good user, well, God bless you as you witness no change. If we will be relevant, the colonization of our system in Africa is imperative. It's very key. It's germane. We need to decolonize our history. I've mentioned it. We need reconstruction of African values. In the Western world, when you talk more this day, and you find somebody in Africa who grieves, and you have associated relations grieving with you, they brought one language now. They say it's African safety net. That means they've seen safety in it. Suicide will be limited. Is that not so? Are we promoting it? Only me and my husband we want to. Okay. We need to decolonize the education. Even the way we assess students is still the same way we inherited it from our colonial masters. The way we plan, the way we even deliver, is still the way they said it ought to be done. It has not evolved from us. For how many years? For how many centuries? And until we come to address that realistically, Africa may not be relevant in the new global order. And our research must be contextualized, must be from here. Much as we believe there is a need for exogenous content, the endogenous content in our research must be very paramount, must be very, very paramount. When cars are designed, they will say this American spec. Which one, the African spec? The one that can consume more fuel. Have you? Can we wake up? If we will be relevant in the new order. Of course, our economy. And what defines the economy is the consumption and production. Unfortunately, in most African countries, we consume what we don't produce. My people will call it ojukokoro. It's what we don't have that we always desire. It must be imported. And you want an economy that booms. It's impossible. It's just impossible. So we need to address our consumption pattern and production processes. If at all we want to keep on campaigning that Africa becomes very relevant in the new order. So if that relevance will be there, sustainable and contextualized innovations are non-negotiable. And sustainable innovation, for us to have it, is very, very simple. We must adopt endogenous principles. The locally felt needs and niches are critical. We need to improve and complement local knowledge and practices. I know Dr. Balogun will be happy about that. The local knowledge. There is nothing sustainable without adequate local content all over the world. And you will agree with me that sustainable development itself is so ubiquitous that you can't define my development for me. The fact that my grandfather never bought an aircraft can't tell me he was never developed. He never needed it. It's just your thinking that he needed to have. You should define your own development. And the sustainability of it becomes crucial to you, not for an external person who rates in the name of comradeship. Again, the selective use of external resources will be very important for us to look at in Africa. They say he who pays the piper, they taste it. And I used to wonder, even in academics and research, when are we going to stop leaning on Babiala of grants before we can do something that will be useful for MPTI to incubate or to commercialize? The person that I hope we know or we will remember that is nothing free, even in Freetown. There's nothing free there. And Dr. Atumi mentioned in passing the other time, even the Nikon SAT that we launched satellite the other time, where will they harvest data of that? Now China. Now the data where they harvest for us is ours in Nigeria, for example. So we don't own satellite with that. So until that becomes important to us. And then it's very critical that we think of how we can retain the benefits locally. It is when we are satisfied, you think about exports. When we are satisfied, you think about sharing the excess or giving us aid. So the local benefits of whatever we are going to do as an innovation is very, very critical if it's anything that will be a sustainable innovation. You need to think about the capacity building as well. How do we develop our capacity? Not for the external world. First of all, for Africa, for Nigeria, before we begin to think about how useful it will be for the global world. Then, of course, we cannot overemphasize the need for networking and partnership in a very strategic manner, not just ordinary comradeship. Very strategic manner. And for as many young researchers in the house, The innovation that Africa is yearning for is the one that keeps us borderless and that will advance the course of our development in the new order. And if it's going to be contextualized, the difference is not much. Our SWOT analysis is very critical. The giant of Africa. Giant of Africa. Even our women forgot him. Then the giant again for the life. We should move away from deception and do an appropriate, sincere SWOT analysis. They know we are giants as a market for them to exploit. And they might be teasing us with being giants. So my people will say, "Akmole ni foreman." And they can't listen your menu. So when they call you foreman, oh man, you can't do 4 men. There's only one. So we must admit who we are. Have a defined African focus to exist not as an armed package, but a partner on the table in this new order. Again, Africa will have to be tired with fake commemoration and comparison. Even in our innovative idea, brooding on our ideas, we say, in America, the way they do it, if I in Japan, I better leave that one alone. Here in Africa first. May we enjoy that one, then improve it to compare it with America. Maybe after you benefit, now you think about whether another person job. Somebody was talking about quality control the other time. I said, I bet this thing never satisfied when they talk about quality. When the person not going to job. Someone is not satisfied, you are talking about quality. How can you even control it? You can't control it. So it's important for us. And we have to be sincerely deliberate about what we need and want, not what is trending. What we need and want. And I think it begins with each and every one of us too. There are floating dreams that you really do not need and you will never want. Why are we pursuing them? Again, why we want what we want? We must be able to answer that question. And how we can get what we want is what leads us to a contextualized innovation. Without realizing that, the why, the what, we cannot really think about what kind of innovation we need and we try with us in Africa to be relevant in the new global order. The next slide, please. So, Dr. Astubi mentioned it. In the course of thinking about that, we started to toy with the National Student Innovation to Market Program, which we are currently interrogating with MBTI. And we believe very soon something meaningful will come out of it. MBTI deals with gamut of activities towards commercialization of innovation. And we felt if we are going to create that nexus between practice, research, and policy, can we start, like I narrated the other time, to begin to look at what students are doing if we would deliver the high-quality Nigerian research students' research project across tertiary institutions, from line follow the shell. Not long ago, I was interacting with a national president of a professional body, and he told me, he said, the ones that are captured yet, Dr. Aderoma, can assure you that we have about 7,000 of our graduates that does not know what to do with their certificate. They don't know. You know, that's different from they don't get job. I don't know whether you see what I'm saying. They don't know what to do with that certificate. So apparently they are still in the euphoria of jump. As a graduate, and they can continue to write CV for the next 10, 15 years. But if we are going to be relevant in the new global order and be innovative, can we begin to follow the process? If you are in China, TikTok is mostly used to capture thoughts. In fact, by younger folks. Just capture a thought that is going on within your mind and go and settle down with it and come up with an innovation. Here, waiting, we could take and we look for follower. You see, there is a way you advertise your poverty mentality that you will never get out of it, even if you see riches. Because you must celebrate that poverty. Our own are to cover ourselves, not to do like this, not to do like that. Tell me, what is the innovative content in that one? We use TikTok as mirror, where some people use it to capture thoughts. No, before I forget, I will regurgitate, and that's what some of them have been doing with it. So this is the program that we have at hand, and that we felt most importantly, we will need to interrogate further with the MBTI in order to ensure that students' efforts are channeled appropriately, particularly through our collaboration with NASIMA, so that as soon as a product is coming up, we begin to see how we can mobilize resources from the industry to have allied researches conducted in order that we begin to have innovations that can be incubated upon and commercialized. Do I have another slide?
Thank you.
And that is it about what we have brought this year on this platform of sustainable solution options. I think, Mr. Chairman, sir, can we welcome a few responses before we go to the presentation of the award and the DG caps from the audience?
5 minutes.
No problem. No problem. Is anybody having anything to say? One, I don't always appreciate raising question. 1, 2, and 3. Please, let's make it smart. I think I can see number 4. Or we can do it for 1 or 30 seconds.
Okay,
Don't greet us, please.
Okay.
We greeted ourselves.
Yes. This is actually thought-provoking because you've done a lot that I kept on sitting there wondering. Because this morning, I still mentioned it in the place that we have a lot of research in you are alone that is able to transform Nigeria if taken the way it should be. So looking at all these innovation and what sustainable development and everyone here has been doing. Because personally, I've been thinking of bringing up something about indigenous child raising. Because for child's rights, we've been looking at the child's right law, the Western way of raising children. And either we like it or not, we're at an era where either you like it or not, everybody is involved in the issue of gender-based violence, somehow. Because the governors, the politicians, everyone with the lecturers, they are all from a family. And the problem of Nigeria cannot be solved if the issue of family is not addressed. So I'm looking at what can be done in that area. Is this part of the thing your Deborah Van Rice
that can be captured there. I'm a practitioner, I run a non-governmental organization.
Fine.
My passion is in that area. Is there something
Noted. We'll respond to that. Number 2, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for the session. My name is Tolu. I was going to talk about the students that don't know what to do with their certificate. I think fundamentally, it's time that we start holding government accountable with the curricula we're running, because like Madam just mentioned, I have given up on children or adults that are above 10. I think the damage is already done. We need to start ensuring that we correct the errors so that in another 10, 15 years, this is the same thing we'll be talking about. So I'm happy to hear. This is my first time of hearing of DEPRA, and I think that if you're not on social media, you people are the ones that should be lauding your achievements, because a lot of the people in places of authority don't know what they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3, please.
Yeah, it's very interesting hearing this thing. That's become another high opener. But my comment has to do with this. I asked this question in last week when we were having a discussion in the department here, because in this effort of African trying to chant in so many areas. And I wonder, why is this somehow in the agitative form, rather than to see it as a complementary effort? Because I'm seeing it so much that people are raising it in that. And I felt that, can't we see ourselves as African as a contributor, or entity that also contributes its own part rather than in this mode? That's my first question. Second one has to do with, because also President Obasanjo, I think, is in the line of this thinking when he said that Africans, we should find an homegrown democracy, so that align with African value. And to me, I wonder, how can homegrown democracy be created, since the democracy in itself is no, it's not foreign to me. I feel it's not foreign, because
that's noted. What is that all? Yes, the last person, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tosin Enyosho. So my own concern is this. I think at this point, Africa should think outside the box. All the West, they think that
if we actually agree, we are inside the box.
So we should think outside the box. Western, they think that we are just sapping them. The best thing is to create our own way and go deep more about our agriculture. So personally, I need to know much about the incubator. Please, is there a kind of link or site for that incubator?
Okay.
Please, I need that personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start from our brother. Western world, they are not thinking that we are that. We are the one behaving so. So that's very simple. To get linked up with incubator, that justice will be done to that. And then home-grown democracy, that one is possible when we realize that this democracy will not pay us and will not lead us anywhere. Until we realize that, not until when me, I'm shouting, and 2 of my siblings are saying, now we pay for government now. Until we are tired of this one. It's nothing difficult to make a change. You know what pays you. So then our brother said we are agitating. We should complement. We will agitate. The illustration I always give is that if bread is exposed to harmattan, how will it look like? Now, if that bread is gutter, it will suck it up. If you put it in a bucket where you pour Coca-Cola, what will that bread do? Has its behavior changed? It has not changed. Agitation is the behavior of the frustrated element. That is it. Our sister said we hold government responsible. I don't believe that. Some of us, we moved away from government matter. We have more, Nigeria, for example, we have more followership problem than we have of leadership. In the last 1 decade, how many times has Britain changed the leaders? How many times has development Japan changed their leaders in the last 1 decade? That is to tell you that there is more of a social cohesion of followers. They know where they are going and say, oh, Dr. Laide, we thought you knew where we were going. That's why you said lead us. It's like you are going the wrong way. Please step aside. Another person who knows the way. And that's why we can move forward. The leaders will keep doing the same thing as long as the system remains the same. If I'm the chairman of local government and you are coming to me and say, brother, so person has impregnated his wife, who he has put to bed, come and do the ceremony. Are you not encouraging me to do what you are saying is not correct? Am I the one doing it? So that's the way we should begin to think if we will be relevant. And then about the indigenous child raising, that one, I think everybody should start with his or her home first before advocating. Everybody wants to identify with success. Make I see your product self before I begin to align my own picking, join that one. Because more time now, if you go down, you understand more. I think on that note, join me as I welcome the DG of MBTI, and I hand over the mic to Dr. Rebecca. I think we can appreciate him better.
Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. I will quickly run through the profile of Dr. Kasim Kolawale Raji, FCIPM UK, FPMA UK, Director General and Chief Executive Officer, National Board for Technology Incubation, MBTI, Abuja, Nigeria. A visionary technocrat, trailblazing innovator, and nation builder by excellence. Dr. Raji stands as an iconic figure in Nigeria's telecommunications ICT and innovation landscape, an embodiment of brilliance, foresight, and transformational leadership. With over 28 years of unrivaled experience across the private and public sectors, his career is a remarkable journey of innovation, excellence, and service to the nation. As the Director General, MBTI, Dr. Raji has brought dynamic energy, world-class expertise, and an unshakable commitment to technological achievement and economic empowerment through innovation incubation. A pioneering force in technology and innovation leadership. Dr. Raji's experience as DG CEO MBTI marked a physical movement for Nigeria's technology incubation ecosystem. With deep strategic insight and a globally informed vision, he is championing a robust transformation of Nigerian startup and innovation space, empowering investors, nurturing tech entrepreneurs, and expanding the frontier of local content development. Under his leadership, MBTI is evolving into a beacon of technology self-reliance, innovation-driven enterprise, development, and sustainable economic and socioeconomic growth. His foresight has repositioned MBTI as a hub for strategic incubation policies and partnership, not only within Nigeria, but across Africa and beyond. Through proactive reforms, renewed infrastructure development, and strong private sector collaboration, Dr. Raji is breathing a new life into Nigeria's innovation ecosystem, driving it towards global competitiveness. He is the founder and initiator of NBTI Next Gen Innovation Challenge that has now become a global brand and adopted by Commonwealth to be replicated in the 56 Commonwealth nations. I thought we applaud that. Global technocrat with monumental experience and expertise. Before assuming leadership at MBTI, Dr. Raji has a long and illustrious career marked by high-impact roles across top-tier multinational and governmental institutions. His rare blend of academic excellence and hands-on technical expertise span critical areas, including mobile and satellite telecommunications, radio frequency planning and optimization, space research and satellite communication networks, technology incubation and startup development, strategic leadership and system engineering, project management, and innovation policy. As Executive Director, Technical Services of NACOMSAT, an appointment bestowed by President Muhammadu Buhari in 2017, he oversaw the operation of Sub-Saharan Africa's first communication satellite, engaging directly with world's foremost satellite manufacturer and operator, including Lockheed Martin, USA, Airbus, USA, Amos Spacecom, Israel, Thales Alenia, France, Visasat, USA, China, Great Wall, and other distinguished industry veteran, public sector trailblazer. Dr. Raji's steering private sector contribution are equally monumental. He was a pioneer staff member of MTN Nigeria, rising to become head of radio frequency planning for 19 northern states. After working in Lagos and Ibadan region, his work was instrumental in laying the early groundwork for MTN Fast network success. He also held senior roles as Demo Impex Inlay on the federal government briefing project and served as Chief Technical Officer at Merit Telecom UK. In the UK, he worked with Q2 Mobile WFI Limited in Manchester, Croydon, Hartfield, and Newcastle as a RF planning and optimization engineer, solidifying his international pedigree in telecommunication engineering, public sector strategies, and policy architect. A recognized national resource in ICT policy, Dr. Raji has been tapped repeatedly by the federal government for high-level strategic roles. 1. Member, National Implementation Committee of Nigeria Strategic ICT Roadmap 2016 to 2020. Member, National Committee for Establishment of Specialized Multi-Campus ICT University 2018. Member, Nigeria National Broadband Plan Committee 2020 to 2025. This appointment reflects his deep understanding of the nation's digital future and his strategic input in shaping it. Unraveled academic brilliance and continuous learning. A scholar of distinction, Dr. Raji's role. Dr. Raji holds a rich academic portfolio, PhD in Security and Strategic Studies, National State University, Kefi, MSc in Security and Strategic Studies, National State University, MSc in Geographical Information Systems, University of Ibadan, BSc in Computer Science, University of Ibadan. And he holds an SC in Computer Science in Mathematics, Obafemi Awolowo University, affiliated St. Andrew's College of Education, Oyo. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he has undertaken specialist training in satellite design and engineering in the USA, telecom engineering, UK, China, and Ireland, e-government, Korea, and business data analysis, Lagos Business School. He also holds a professional postgraduate diploma in management consultancy practice and organizational transformation, UK, international fellowship and honors. Dr. Raji is a fellow of the International Professional Managers, FCIPM UK, and fellow of the Professional Managers Association, FPMA UK, Testament of his global standing in professional management and leadership excellence. Legacy of excellence and enduring impact. Dr. Kasim Kolawole Raji is not just a technocrat. He is a builder of institutions, mentor to innovators, advocate of indigenous technology, and a champion of national development through innovation. His life work continues to inspire generations of tech entrepreneurs and policymakers committed to Nigeria's digital and industrial experience. Dr. Raji is a proud son of Oyo State from the Moralasa ruling house of Alakwini chieftaincy family in Oyo. Raji is a respected community leader, a devout family man, a globally celebrated Nigerian whose name is etched in the curriculum of African tech advancement. Dr. Raji's role is proof that with vision, intellect, and unyielding commitment to national progress, technology can be harnessed not only to transform societies, to birth a new era, but also to birth a new era of African excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby present Dr. Kolawole Kasim Raji for this award.
Therefore, Gabri, Center for Sustainable Development. I hand over this to Emeritus Professor Egunjobi for presentation to Dr. KK Raji on his exceptional achievements and contribution to sustainable development.
On behalf of Gabri, I present to you Dr. Engineer KK Kolawole Kasim for your invaluable contribution to knowledge and practice in the area of communications in Nigeria, in Africa, and in the world. We appreciate you, and we pray that you may continue to grow from strength to strength and continue to be a blessing to humanity. Thank you very much.
Chairman, distinguished guests, organizer of a Sustainable Development Summit, ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored to stand before you today to receive this prestigious award on behalf of Director General of the National Board for Technology Innovation, Dr. Kasim Kolawole-Raji. On behalf of the Director General, I sincerely appreciate the organizer for recognizing his contribution to sustainable development, innovation, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development. This award is a great encouragement to Director General and the entire MBTI, that is National Board for Technology Innovation family, to continue supporting innovation, empowering entrepreneurs, promoting technology commercialization, and contributing to Nigeria's sustainable development. I would also like to inform you that TIC Ibadan, Technology Business Center Ibadan, is fully ready and willing to collaborate with Sustainable Development Center in areas of mutual interest, particularly innovation, entrepreneurship development, capacity building, technology transfer, and sustainable solutions for our communities. We believe that through partnership and shared expertise, we can create greater opportunity for young innovators and entrepreneurs and contribute meaningfully to sustainable development in Oyo State and Nigeria. Once again, I sincerely appreciate the organizer for this honor. I accept this award on behalf of Director General, Dr. Kasim Kolawole, with gratitude and humility. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to start my closing remarks from where we ended. And I want to continue to congratulate Dr. Engineer K.K. Raji for this deserving award. Very, very deserving. Listening to Dr. Raji's curriculum vitae, one will be tempted to be intimidated I hope, I'm not sure the person who read his CV did justice to his degrees, both academic and professional. He didn't, I'm not sure you went through all these degrees with the universities he attended, but I'm going to leave that out. First, I noticed that Dr. Raji started from a very humble beginning. A holder of National Certificate of Education, NCE, in computer science. That's where Dr. Raji started. I'm particularly interested in this because I started as a teacher myself. I started as a grade 2 teacher. In those days, we used to have grade 3, grade 2, grade 1 teacher training. It's after that that I started to read for General Certificate of Education, ordinary level, A level, before I had admission to do my first degree and then second degree. That's why I'm interested. And you have not read these degrees. LCE, bachelor degrees in science. He has 3 masters. 3 masters. Before he not had his doctoral and postdoctoral trainings. I think this alone is a sort of, I don't know whether to call it lesson or what we can take home. Yeah, one of the take homes from here today that we can teach ourselves and teach our children. Once again, I say congratulations. I want to thank Davri for taking the initiative to make this presentation this year. What is it? You have initiated this program you call National Student Innovation to Market Program. And what informed you doing this? You have noticed the gap between research and innovation. So you are assuming, and you are correct, that every research must lead to something. But here in Nigeria, in Africa generally, the reverse is the case. We have findings of research, of researches, as somebody told us, those that you can count in UI alone is enough to transform this country. Not to talk of other universities, OAU, UNILAG, ABU, NEN, and today we have over 300 universities in Nigeria. And in every university, researches are being done. So, why are we now talking of developmental problems? Whereas all researches are geared towards development, isn't it? Innovation and all this. So, and I want to call your attention to one fact, that you are talking about students, researches, findings of which are gathering dust in shelves. How about staff research findings? As a member of staff myself, I know I have done a lot of work in my area, urban and regional planning. that is recognized not only nationally, but also internationally. But what has become of them? They are policy oriented, they are relevant, I know, but who will take it up and say, yeah, this has been suggested, this has been recommended, why don't we experiment it? What I have noticed, and I want Dafri to note this, is that in Nigeria, we are not paying attention to development. That is what we call research and development. In developed countries, researches are done, development is done. It's not the person that carries out the research that is supposed to do the development. This is the missing link in Nigeria. The type of board we have, that is the board for National Board for Innovation, you call it. How many of it do we have in Nigeria?
There are 58 now.
58 now. Okay, 58 now. And have you a formal link with with institutions, universities, and polytechnics? Formal. Okay, and we are developing. Thank you very much for allowing me to be the chairman here. It's an opportunity, as I said earlier on, and I won't forget this experience that I have today to know Dr. Raji and to know more in detail what Dafri has been doing. Dr. Aderomu made a statement that I want us to take home the other time. When he was talking about innovation, he said, here in Nigeria, in Africa in general, we tend to rely more on prayers that things will change. Prayers. And that reminds me of the title of a book that I've read before. I have a copy myself. The title of the book is God Will Not Do For You What He Has Enabled You to Do For Yourself. That is the title of a book by Russell. What God has enabled you to do, your brain, your hands, your legs, all your organs of the body, He has provided for you. So you do not wake up in the morning, you just kneel down by the dining table and say, give me food to eat today, God. Unless you go to the farm, cultivate, plant, watch the weather, and grow your maize, turn it into a corn, turn it into pap or whatever. That is when you now say, thank you, God, for providing the good weather. Thank you, Lord, for giving me the hand and legs to walk. And then you can continue to thank God. But to rely on prayer and say things will change. And then Romu is reminding us that we should desist from that. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the panel, especially our Baba Egun Jobi. Thank you very much. It's about time to. What time is it now? Item 7. What time is it now? Look at your clock, man. Oh, it's lunchtime. You are very smart people. Wow. Only people from here can know that it's lunchtime. Now, lunchtime is supposed to be 1 hour, but now has been reduced to 30 minutes. Yes, look at your agenda. When we come back from lunch, we will go into 4 rooms. Those who missed the presentation yesterday will stay here. Then others, you fall into where you should, right? All one is just when you leave that door,
That's the Wale Hall. There are two other halls downstairs. Bon appetit. How do we say it in Yoruba? Agbavire. Thank you. Bye.
So, for a few of us that may want us to interact, we may see. We will be around for a while. And I think there are two questions from this area that will still extend further. I think that's it. Thank you so much. So the lunch is open. And
Thank you. See you by 2 p.m. 2 p.m. By 2 p.m. If you have not eaten, that means you are fasting. I've told you, if by 2 you have not eaten, you are fasting today. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Fast forward to the day we all want to know. Yeah, we were each other. I'm ready to come back to 2002.
Thanks.
My mother, we know. Late, always late. All these years, not a damn thing say. I'm like front of the I'm done right. Yeah. Make a day, that's the day. How I mean. What you Nothing's gonna change me. Nothing's gonna be crazy. I know you be, but that's just all this time I thought I found someone true. And he replaced me for another girl that's nothing. Sometimes I get happy, then I feel. I swear if I keep living, I'll be in jail. Cause all these bad decisions and making it was my vision. Why do I have to be the one to lose? And why can't I be the one to choose to die? It's not I wish you would. On me. No, I have no choice.
Stop this kind of thing. I was like,
Was real. There's sometimes I can't take it anymore. When you find me like this, you said that I've been taken. You even said I'm going crazy. Why do you never even take the blame? For once, let's me be ashamed of once. But you don't care.
Yes. Every when we started, the time we won. Science. Great man. So that's one. So big and I'm so sometimes you feel like I'm so I'm sorry. Like a man, I know I'm lying. 6,000. Sometimes I feel like I'm so what is supposed to be? Just get to the top. Every a connector to the so I think it's someone will volunteer to an action. So someone that has a human volunteer, so everybody does something. That's how we see it. We are still going to go around. Yeah, we are. And we are going to
She wakes up at noon, then she's up till 3. She put perfume all over me, but I remember the morning where my head be. Oh, the city's gonna break my heart. The city's gonna love me. Oh, the city's got me chasing. It's about like home. She got me wrapped around the neck. She got a hold on me. She got me wrapped around the finger.
That's not a powerful force. Feelings. See what happens. Very simple possible. This man hours. I will find it.
Let's sit down.
This is not something that you can consider on that soil. And the soil is complicated. It's from simply or not because of it. So that's no. Yeah. So that's problems. Yeah. Nobody's getting anything, nobody. They are presenting it, well, let's do that. They were part of somebody. Yeah, I'll tell you, sorry. All of a sudden, white team went up. Now you're so you need to find. No, I'm not wrong. No, that's right. Excellent. Yes. She just said different yes, I'm looking at it. Okay. So you can do things from that. Just identify them. Oh, okay. You just tell them about Shalini. Movement. But you no respond. Just go and play. If I do if I look at people to talk about your work, what's unique about it?
Hello, everyone. Are we not resuming from break? Hello.
commanded by the Constitution of the government.